Was I doing that? All right. I think I'm ready. I think I'm done. Oh, wait, no, I didn't do the TV yet. I always forget it. That's still not working. Hey. Okay. No, wait, I want YouTube for this. Oh, right, I switched the inputs. That's why. So I was playing around with the Mac Mini, which I can also, it's just on the floor right there, so I can actually shut it off on stream. Why? All right. We are live. Okay. How's it going, everybody? It's been a little while, let's say. Yeah, didn't have the best last week. Jesus Christ. Actually, you know what? I got some glue on my, or probably some coke on my desk. I'm just gonna clean that quick, as I meant to before. I meant to do that before. All right. Now we're back. Okay. So today, just double check. Yes, we are live on the wubs, on the yubs. Hi. Oh, Eugene wants food. Sorry, I should have fed him, but see, it's been a minute since I've done this. It's been about a week and a half. I need to feed him. Oh, that also gave me an excuse to grab the Raspberry Pis. That also might be something we do today. Did YouTube stop? Did everything stop? No, this is all still here. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, okay. I'm just getting weird readings. All right, now we're actually here. I don't think I need anything else. But yeah, later I'm gonna chat about kind of what why is YouTube just giving me like the wrong numbers? Not that I should really care about this, but I do want to be able to know. Anyways, all right, there we go. There we go. Numbers are back. All right. Now we're starting. So, today, there are a couple of goals, but we're going to see how timing works because I'm going to show off some others. So basically, there's a couple things. I want to add, I've been adding the camera to the timer, and also the timer is still in experimental mode. So I'm going to kind of clean up the timer a bit. Add the camera so that you can like record. Well, the camera's already there and it records, and then so you'll be able to like watch the video after. So like you do a set, okay, like bop 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 bop, and then yeah, you're good to go. Sorry, it like records that set. It times as like the timer's going as you're doing the set. It's counting like 1, like down, 2, 3, hold up, 2, 3. You know. So it's going to be doing that, and then so now it's going to be recording a video at the same time, so you can watch your form back later. And then the other thing that's happening today is so I've got some parts arriving for the server that I've been building, which is just right down there. But like here's a bunch of little Raspberry Pis. I'll just swap to the old webcam. So here's a bunch of Raspberry Pis. So I got this one, which is just a Pi 4. And then this one, which is a Pi 5 with, both of these have PoE hats. This one technically has a PoE NVMe hat, but there's nothing on in the NVMe right now. I do have one downstairs in a framework laptop that I could pull out, which I'm thinking about doing. But because the framework's not really doing anything right now. But the framework's technically much more powerful than this. But this is going to go in the server. So there's a little server, and I've 3D printed all these little cases. So I basically just need to put some heat end sets into these, and then once the heat end sets are in there, then I can actually screw them into the case. Yes, I might as well just grab it now. But here's the actual server. Ugh. It's just this big thing. It's kind of plugged in, but it's not really big. It's actually pretty handheld. But basically, it has a Mac Mini. It's gonna have a Mac Mini, these 2 Raspberry Pis, a switch in it, so that I'll just be able to like plug this in anywhere, and then or not anywhere, but basically like the idea is I'll be able to plug that in, and then I just kind of have this like Mac Mini build server AI agent thing, right? So here's a great example of this. If I go to open code right now, so right now, the models that I have are, you'll see like there's Dante LM Studio. So Dante is the name of the server. So these are all the things that are Dante are just running on the server. So if I just go to ChatGPT, if I just do this, now if I ask it a question about this code base, or let's actually like ask it about linear. What are all of the tickets in to do for linear? In linear. So it's going to take a minute, right? I'm actually not sure if the OS is, I haven't switched over. I'm not 100% sure if, because it might just have to like run the model first, because I think the model only stays active for about an hour. Yeah. So this this is all like local now. Whenever I, yeah, so now it's running. So now all of this is just hitting a local server. Now this model's like nowhere near as strong as like or smart, I guess I'll say. I don't think smart is the right word to say, but it's nowhere near as like involved or whatever as like other ones out there, but it does do the job, right? So it's gonna check it, sees that I have linear, and then it's just gonna start listing that. Granted, I could also just run linear and then that would be fine. But so, yeah, that's what the server is going to be. Then the other idea too is that, so since I'm running Linux and since my laptops all are Linux, I can't really build iOS whenever I'm kind of on the go, right? Or even at home, like I can't build it. So this is going to also be just like a build server. So I'll just be able to hit it. And then that's something that I'm working on. For some reason, the builds are not working on it right now. I did reinstall OS X, and I think I fucked up a little bit of the provisioning profiles and whatnot. But yeah, so now we have a list of all the things that are in to do, which is nowhere near up to date. But yeah, that's the idea. So now I just have this local model that I can just use to hit. But it does take a little bit to like load all the context, so it's not like the best system. It's literally a system that I built with all the pieces that I had lying around. Like I had a Mac Mini, I had these 2 Raspberry Pis. And even the Pis are not really in there right now, but the goal for the Pis, I guess I'll explain that now. So this one, I think I'm going to do a Kali Linux install on. This is the Raspberry Pi 4. And then this one, I'm probably just going to do, this is going to be like a little bit of a everything Raspberry Pi, I think. It's the Pi 5, so it can handle a little bit more. And I'm also going to have a M.2 chip in here, so I'll probably might put an AI chip in here, right? So it might be able to do like a little bit of things, or I also just might put a storage in here. But so this is by default going to be an N8N instance. So then I'll be able to like get hooks from GitHub or something, and then trigger things on the Mac Mini. So maybe I can use this Mac Mini as an actual like build server instead of using GitHub Actions, which is an interesting idea. But also I can use this to trigger off of, like I have pipelines that are running that like use Gemini credit for translations or for like string extractions. So I'm going to use this to do that instead. So this will trigger using N8N. It'll delegate to the models on the Mac Mini to like translate all my strings or like even do like CodeRabbit-esque things. But that's what this is going to be, the real brains of the system, or like the manager delegation. And then the Mac Mini is just kind of like the current like CPU powerhouse. If I really had like my dream machine, I would probably put one of the framework AI systems in there to just fill like one unit. And then I would somehow just huck like really small M4 Mac Mini, like whatever the smallest Mac Mini whatever the smallest version of OS X that I could possibly have, to just do builds. That's it. I just want to do builds. But anyways, let's get over to the timer. Why did that? Why is this so small? Okay, you're whapping the mouse, but I did fix that, so that's okay. Oh, hi, Vortism. How's it going? You have a question? What's the question? All right, let's get this building. So I want that there. I did merge the, let's say DoorDash's app. Okay. Why is that so slow? What was that? Say DoorDash app. If 500 million people. So that depends. But like by default in a lot of situations. So the question is like if 500 million people access a specific restaurant's page on DoorDash's app, does it do 500 million different queries to the database? Yeah, in theory. Right, so the way that you would do that is let's just say boop. That's from the video posted on YouTube if you haven't seen it. But let's say you have your app. You have say some API. I want to make these transparent. So you have like your API going here, and then you have like some sort of server, right? So that server is then hitting the DB. So let's say there's like 500 million of these things that are just like constantly hitting this API, or sorry, hitting this the server, which is like going through the API, and then it's gonna hit the DB. So by default, if you just have I definitely should put the YouTube link in the description. That is something. There's a lot of like link filling and stuff that I really need to do. It's a DPAL TV on YouTube. Or I also stream live because YouTube's watching at the same time. So 500 million people hit the API, goes to the server. By default, yes, you will probably run into a situation where that's just going to hit your DB 500 million times. Right, but there are a lot of situations where what you can do is you can cache things along the way. So just say you have a server where it might cache the things that are not that important, right? So maybe just the restaurant information about, like, say, let's just say you have your restaurant object, restaurant, or sorry, I should put that up here. 8. Let's just save your like restaurant, and then it's got like the name of the restaurant, the address, and then maybe like a list of items, right? And then those items might have prices and names, right? So the stuff like the name and address, you might want to cache that information, and maybe even the list of items, but maybe not the prices of those items. You might cache that information less. You could also cache it on device, or there could be middlewares, right? Because this server, when I'm talking about a server and then it hitting the DB, like the chances of this actually being something that is like a ton of different microservices that are constantly talking to each other and going like crazy, right? So maybe you're actually hitting, this one, which then kind of checks a cache over here, which then hits this, and then maybe eventually delegates over to this one, and finally hits the DB. But the DB also like has an in-memory cache for things that have been hit very recently, so it doesn't actually thrash, right? Like there's an entire system that you can build there. So microservices. So microservices is like an architecture idea where it's kind of what I'm explaining here, where a microservice is just, instead of having like one massive server that you hit, I guess you weren't here when I was explaining the little server thing. But in a lot of situations, or at least like in legacy situations, when you deployed a server, you would just deploy one big thing that housed all of your stuff. So it would have everything internal to it, and it would kind of like manage it all itself. But especially in like recent years, not recent years, probably the last like 10 years, the structure has kind of been pushed more towards like, or at least for a lot of companies, they've wanted to move towards, there's pros and cons to moving towards microservices, but microservices instead is you have kind of like this cluster of different things right? Where each different thing has its own responsibilities, right? But it also, because it only has its own responsibilities, it doesn't have to care about the other things. For example, when I worked on a backend team for like about 6 months recently, and I was just the API team, right? So I was building like this actual thing that you hit, or let's actually kind of abstract this a little bit more. So I built this thing, or I worked on this thing, right? And then I knew that there was this other layer of, I'm gonna get rid of this line. I knew that there was this other layer of a bunch of other services that I could hit. So my service, all it was responsible for was getting requests from some sort of client and then filling out that info. I mean, this is what any API is really responsible, not any API, but a lot of APIs are responsible for. We were just getting requests, and then we had to fill it in with whatever information we could find within our other services. So we knew that these services were running, and we knew that which ones we were allowed to hit and which ones we weren't allowed to hit. So then our job was to kind of find the information this way, right? We weren't really hitting a database in any situation. We never were going to, I mean, there were some situations because we did have kind of like a local DB cache here, right, that we could check. But that wasn't kind of like the company source of truth, right? All of these microservices would then fill out the information in their own same way. And then eventually, at some point, they would all kind of reach out to the database of their own volition and fetch the information. So like the pros of this system is that in a perfect world, like each microservice has its own set of responsibilities, and then you don't have to care about like, you kind of have like a layered approach to it, right? So you don't actually have to like deal with a lot of this, a lot of the complexities of having to know what how the DB works, or how like when you have a massive system, you kind of have to know, you don't have to, but in a lot of situations you're forced to know like how the whole system works. But when you have microservices, you can kind of focus on this individual thing, and it also helps for abstraction in ways where you can be like, oh, that's not like, it's not necessarily like, it's not my problem, but it's like, oh, that's not this microservice's problem, that's like this other microservice. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not like a huge backend engineer, so this is like me kind of gleaning a lot of information from backend engineers that I've talked to, or when I worked on the team for a little bit, or just like going to tech talks and stuff. Yeah, this idea of just splitting a monolith into smaller things, which is also, it happens in mobile development as well. Like I've talked about the different layers before, right? Like domain data, it's all for the same reason, right? Or a similar reason of just wanting to kind of separate concerns, split things up, and really kind of define what things are allowed to, and like what not allowed to, what things should be doing. Okay, cool. Now let's get into timer stuff. Timer, enable that. So on, why is this not showing? No worries. But yeah, I guess like the pros and cons of microservice, and then the cons of microservices, is that if you're not extremely careful, you can end up with what I kind of showed in the initial thing, was where you just end up with a spaghetti of microservices that are all doing a crazy amount of things, and you like, it's really hard to understand what's actually happening in your system, which is like, if you have to understand the entire system because it's just one object, then like you kind of like, you have all that context, right? But with microservices, it's really easy to I guess like lose the plot of what's happening. You're just like, I'm just gonna hit this service, and then what you don't actually understand is that when you hit that one service, to you it's like one API call, but in the background it's actually like 5,000 API calls. And that's where like companies go bankrupt. And I'm not even kidding. That's where like shit gets real bad. And by companies go bankrupt, I mean like they're spinning their wheels and they don't know why their AWS instance like bills are so high and why their yeah. Like it's not just like a computer performance thing. It turns into like business ending. Why is this? Okay, edit set screen. Timer. Icon timer. If timer enabled. And then timer enabled. That is a new instance generated every API request. That really depends on how you're structured. It can be. You can also have services that are running all the time, but like usually services kind of spin down or they spin up so that you can save on electrical costs or save on power costs. But there are things that you can use. I haven't really tinkered with them too much, but if you've heard of like AWS Lambdas, or like I think they're like Firebase thingies, but they're basic Firebase functions, I think they're called. But they're basically like little chunks of code that you can basically run on request, right? So when in those instances, yes, when you call an API call, it just like runs that code and you get charged like per second how long your code is actually running. So if you optimize really well, that can be an incredibly cheap way to do it, but it's just really easy to accidentally make very expensive. Like, and it's one of those things where like, you know that like Sideshow Bob thing? Oh, show cat. Hey, Gene. Ugh. People want to see cat. Hi. Hi. This is Eugene. He doesn't. He wants to chill. This is Eugene. He is. Oh no! Now he's gonna be spicy. He's 9, almost 10, and he's still very spicy. He's living his best life. Yeah, I disturbed him, and now he's gonna attack me. Not now, dude. Not now. Yeah, no worries. I mean, he doesn't care. I don't care. Yeah, he's almost 10. So this is always false. That's the problem. Okay, so now I go to the interactor. The initial state is it is false. And then what I need to do... Oh, why is this so ugly? What I need to do is within the source... I did bring in the settings repository here, so I already have it. So show timer. Oh wait, no. Why? Why can't I? Oh, timer enabled. Timer enabled. Timer enabled. Timer enabled, settings repository, enable timer. Yep, that seems like it works. So that should be good now. So now, I mean, this copy is kind of weird, but this is temporary. The timer is gonna. Oh, thank you. I do that more than I'd like to admit. Yeah, so what I did there, so I was looking, what I noticed is that the timer enabled was being set to false or defaulted to false, but it was never being set to true, which is fine. Like, I need it to default to false because this is an experimental feature. I don't want it to just default to true ever. So what I noticed is that this wasn't actually being set. So I went to my edit set source. So this is where my data source is coming from. And then I just took this and went, hey, the timer enabled is equal to the settings repository, whether or not the timer is enabled. And I already had the settings repository as a dependency because we use this to figure out if what version of the UI that we're using. So like for edit set, there's this, which I need to default to this, but I want to actually get rid of these two buttons and just have these default open. Which I might do today, because I actually find it very annoying that they're behind buttons. How does testing work with mobile apps? So I'm not gonna lie, I don't have a ton of testing in this app, but I do have some tests. So yeah, so like here's an example of a test, right? So what you do is, this is like a unit test. So basically it says like given a certain thing, when something is called, then something then certain things happen, right? So it's just like asserting that code works in a certain way. So this is just like my unit test. So that's how I try to cover like most of the code base. And then there's also like UI tests that you can run. So if I search for preview test, so here I have all of my like UI test previews. So this is kind of like a weird way to do it, but this annotation is the correct way to do it. I'm just kind of like generating this file. But what this does is it just creates a giant list of all of my UI. And then whenever I make a code change and whenever I commit a code change as part of that process, what happens is a new set of these images are generated, and then they are compared against the old set of images. And if something is significantly changed, then I get notified, because it's like, hey, like your UI broke or something like that, or did you intend to make this change? And then I can confirm it or not. That's called snapshot testing, because I take a snapshot of like a state that I know is true, and then like I generate a new snapshot based on a new state, and then I like test against those two and go like, oh, did something change? And then if something changed, I go like, did I expect that to change? And if I didn't expect it to change, then I know that it's a bug. And if I did expect it to change, then I go, Srijan is, sorry if I, but writing tests for mobile apps is worse than usual IMO. It is, and that's really because of the environment, right? Like the, sorry, I'm just gonna have a sip of Coke. Like the best way to test is on a device, because that's like the most kind of real world scenario. Most of the apps, most of like the hardest like bugs that I've had to solve have been weird out of memory issues with certain devices. So then you like need to find that device to somehow maybe reproduce it to try and figure out what's going on, right? Like those are usually kind of like the hardest ones. And because of that, it's just like getting an Android app running in a virtual environment. Like within Android Studio, it's fine. But especially like if you want to do it in pipelines, like if you want to automate it or something, it just becomes very, very time consuming, tedious, and like I don't even have it set up for this project, right? Because it's really annoying. But this project is small enough. I'm the only developer, and I use it daily or like every other day. So I kind of like I'm able to like I very rarely get crashes or bugs on features that are good. On experimental features that may happen, but you know, I know they're broken. What's the deal with Android? Heard something about Google doing something. I mean, like Google's always doing something, but I mean they're like adding side loading and stuff like that, which I don't like. So like being able to install your own apps is going to be a little bit weird. Yeah, mobile app on React Native, and anytime you use Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, ship breaks loose. 100%, 100%. Bluetooth specifically is just really really finicky. Like, I've only ever tinkered with it like once or twice, and whenever I have it just like it's like, I mean, Apple is like quote unquote fixed Bluetooth, but like they've like done some magic around it. The connection that Apple makes with Bluetooth devices is not purely Bluetooth. Yeah, Google's done. I mean, they've been doing a lot of weird stuff. The one that I've heard a lot about is them getting rid of sideloading, which, if you don't know, like on Apple, you can only download apps from the App Store. On Android, you can download apps from the App Store, or if I send you an APK, which is just an install file, like an EXE or an RPM or a like APP or whatever they are on OS X, right? You can just install it on your phone. But they're going to start disabling that because they believe it's a security risk, which I guess technically, but what I think is it's business. It's definitive. Okay, it's definitively like it is in Google's best interest for you to only download things from the Play Store because they get more money that way. So it's like them feigning security for business interest. Like 100%. I mean, I guess I don't know 100%, but like, come on, it's not that big of it. Like, geez, just don't. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, so I'm installing Graphene OS soon. You know, that's neither here nor there. Dude, Apple whapping my hand. Okay, so let's get back to the timer thing. Okay, so what I wanted to do here is, yeah, so we have the screen that appears there. So this is just, okay, let's fix this first. Yeah, let's kind of go this in pace. So also like this face is like the default Android camera face. I don't have an extra camera, otherwise I would have one here, but I can't use this camera because it's being used for OBS. Your app loads very slowly, so it's called jank. You test for jank. So there's app quality insights, there's app vitals, there's basically lots of tools within Android Studio. But yeah, you look for yeah, just UI slowdowns, right? Which you'll get in your logs. You'll definitely get in your development, right? You'll get warnings about that, and then you can test it with some tools. Like if I go to app preview, right? I can just like run this preview, right? And then it'll just run whatever's in this, and I can like tinker around with it, play it. But yeah, and then there's also a layout inspector. I forget how to run that because I rarely use it. But there's a layout inspector that will give like a lot more information on how many times things are recomposing, all that jazz. There are also, I haven't enabled them on this app, but there's like security or like something policies. I was gonna enable them, and then I forgot. Where you can like, if like there are culprits for your app loading slowly or running slowly, like doing database connections on the main thread, doing API calls on the main thread. So there are flags that you can set that will like crash the app if you access the database on the main thread, right? So instead of getting like bad experience, it crashes the app, which you might not want in production, but like, you know, when you're developing, that seems pretty great. So yeah, I should probably, what was that? It was like secure policy. It was like Android crash when DB on main threads. Oh. Diagnosing and fixing ANRs. So ANRs are like app not responding. So this is also something that you will get from where was it? I saw it somewhere. It's not anything like that. Yeah, I'll try and find it and enable it. We'll do it. I'll definitely like do a stream on it and that. Oh yeah, apps run on lots of threads. But there's so like on Android, the way that you do this is there's this thing called a dispatcher. So you have a dispatchers, and then you can stop knocking my mouse off. You have a dispatcher, and then there's different dispatchers that you can use. So there's main, default, unconfined, and IO. And then you can also like create a custom one or something like that. But in these cases, you use those. Yeah, that's one of the reasons you can minimize the app. Yep. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't exactly happen as just like a thread pause, but that's it's not a bad way of thinking about it. But yeah, I get to pick which thread I run on. I will say that when I say like dispatcher IO or dispatcher main, so when I say IO or like default, it's actually just like it's a thread pool. So I just say like give me one, and then I get one. Because like I definitely do not want to do a lot of things. Like I want to do as little on the main thread as possible except for rendering, right? So all of my business logic, all of my database access, especially like database access and doing network calls and stuff, do not do that on main thread. I think Android itself will actually crash if you do a iOS API call on the main thread. It's been a while since I've done that. And if you do it, that's not a problem. Everybody's done it. I just haven't made a new app in a while, and it usually happens the first time I make an API call in a new app. All apps render client side. There's definitely server side rendering. I cannot remember which things are server side rendering off the top of my head, though. But they do exist. I have not used them. That being said, I don't think they're bad. You know, everything serves a purpose. And sometimes your clients, like, you would want to use server-side rendering when your clients are like ludicrously terrible, right? I mean, for apps, there's probably some sort of system where somebody's done server-side rendering, but yeah, I would say nearly all apps. I would say, like, yes, all apps render client-side. But there's probably somebody that's tried to do something weird. It's not, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it'd be crazy. But yes, mobile apps render client-side. I think that's safe to say. Okay, so I wanted to clean this up a little bit. Let's go to the edit set screen. There's the tracker. Oh wait, no, it's ticker. Why? We got the timer ticker. Oh, I've done a preview for this. Just whapping my hand. Okay, so right, this is where I did this weird background. So I'm gonna get rid of this. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. I don't think I need the graphics layer either. Oh wait, the ticker size. Yeah, I do need the ticker size. Yeah, the videos for so the idea of this feature, I'm just going to turn down the music for a sec. The idea of this feature is so you're doing like a set of things, right? So just to make this not go on forever. I just don't like that. Why? Oh, okay. Well, I found a bug. Okay, so let's just say we have 5 here and I'm doing 2 sets of something. So let's say I'm doing like a bench press. So if I have a video here, this video is going to be going on in the background. and then I hit play, so it's going to be recording. You can't hear it, but basically it's counting down. Like, I don't know why it's not playing audio, but it does on my like actual phone. But you like, it counts you down like doing a bench press or like a squat. So like hold up 2 and then rest 2, 3, and then it'll just count you through like your entire set, right? And then the idea of the video here is that you would be pointing your phone at you in some way, shape, or form. So it's counting you down as you're doing your set, and then it's recording you as you're doing your set. Because a lot of things in powerlifting is form, right? Like you really want your form to be top notch. So this way you can like look back at your form and kind of go like, oh, maybe like my shoulders weren't back enough, maybe my wrists were flaring up, maybe especially in a bench press, like maybe my butt was coming off the bench, maybe I wasn't using enough leg drive. There's a lot of questions you can answer by like looking back at how you lifted. And then maybe even lift heavier the next time. Yeah, that's what that's for. And then I also have like future plans where it's like, hey, maybe I can also like, yep. Well, that was actually something that I was going to potentially do with this is, so there's local AI that you can run on phones and devices called ML-Kit. And one of the things that ML-Kit can do very well is pose detection. So it'll just show you like where like a line saying like, hey, their arm was like in this position in 3D space. And then I can use that information to like actually give them like, hey, here was like where your arm was in theory. So maybe I could even tell them like, hey, you didn't hit parallel, right? Like you thought you hit parallel, but you didn't, like maybe when you're doing a squat. So yeah, it runs locally, but that's ML-Kit. It's not like an LLM like Gemini or something like that. It's something that's very hyper specific to a very specific use case. So it's like good for pose detection or like, for example, like translations run on your phone. So they use ML AI to like translate like text to speech and stuff like that, right? But that's AI, but it's not like an LLM. Okay, so I got rid of that. What I want to do now, I'm actually just going to pull out this modifier. All right, and then now we're just gonna swap out this for ticker modifier. And then we're just going to yank that. And then we will just paste it here. And then we're also just gonna paste it here as well. And then I can just delete these. Boop. Boop. Does the video get stored in your app? Yeah, it does get stored in the app. Oh, well, it gets stored on device. I do have plans to like, you're not done. That's a good question. Because like if this were a full app, it would probably get stored locally and then sent somewhere else. Because the problem I'm going to run into is like if a user has a shitload of videos, that's going to be just not great for them, right? Like if they have yeah, just like if they have 15 videos, that could take up quite a bit of space. So that is a problem I'm gonna have to run into, or I'm going to run into, and I'm gonna have to solve. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. All right, so that's good there. Now, when I get this ticker modifier, I agree, that would be very cool. How do I want this to show? I kind of want like, Like, where are the... Okay, so... Oh, right, they're just not there. So the buttons are there in the beginning, but they're not there later. I think I need to put this entire column. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Let's see what this looks like if I put this. Round shape. This one's going to be large. Oh. I had that paused. Oops, my bad. Weren't seeing the button clicks. Okay, so now what does this look like? Because I want... All right, I need to click it twice. I don't want the floating action button to be in there. So I think I do want another column. And then... Wait a second. Where is this? Oh, right. Here's the button. So this is in a row, which doesn't really matter. Basically, I'm going to take this out and just put it one below. So now... I didn't sure this works on all devices. Does Android like this? No. So when you launch an app, sorry, I gotta run to the bathroom quick, but then I will answer your question. I was gonna grab another Coke. Oh, I'll be right back. Be right back. I'm not feeding you again. You already went to bed. I'm back. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I do need to get this done, so I might, but ask the questions. Ask the questions. Because hey, who knows? Maybe somebody else can answer as well. His YouTube chat should be showing up. I don't know if you saw the other people, but they or YouTube chats, they should appear right beside Twitch chat, like on the stream. If I need to increase the text or something, let me know. But yeah, you basically get to pick what your app builds for, right? So I choose a device, and then I can build for that device. Or when I launch to the Play Store, I get to choose like how, which ones it applies to. Aha, okay, sick. So that's kind of how I want this to look. But now let's clean up the padding a little bit. So this, I don't need it in a... Okay, that's the row there. Can I just like... should fix that, and then get rid of this. Center horizontally, not vertically. That should fix that. Oh wait, it's paused? Why is it paused? Yeah, these are good. Hey, it's also good stuff for me to just like clip out of the YouTube or out of the video and like post on YouTube and stuff, right? Because you're not the only person that has the kind of questions. Okay. Das is good. Let's go back to this button. Let's just add a space. Oh wait. No, it's just height. Oh wait. Yeah. That's why I was getting confused. Okay, and then this also. Is the ticker size actually used anywhere? Like if I get rid of that, does that cause any... Does that cause any issues? Doesn't look like it. So where is that padding coming from? Because this is all in the fab. Maybe it's coming from here. Because that's just getting the alignment. Oh, is it coming from like... No, it's not coming from anywhere above. Yeah, and that, so if it keyboards, then it hides. That's bottom padding. Space between puts them there. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, is it? No, because it has to be out here. Okay, but let's. It has to be out here. So we have a padding padding bottom. I'm just gonna just make this red. Do the old color red. Is it the actual fab content itself? The prefab space after it could be that. So what if I get rid of this? I might have a fix for this. I do have a fix for this, but if it's this. Yeah, so now it's gone. Okay, so what I do here is we go fab properties, prefab, and then we let, and then we invoke. I guess I can just go it. And then I yank this, plop that here. We yank all of this, plop that here, but swap the ordering. And then we also do the post fab here. So what this did is, so I was rendering the space whenever there was, like, regardless of if there was prefab and post fab. So this is just like a row. If you render anything before the fab, then it runs there. Here, it's very like specific to this UI. I'm not saying that this is the best way of handling it. And then this space was always being rendered regardless of if the prefab or if there was post fab. So now that I've put it all behind a let, we will see, boop, everything good there. And we should see this again if I launch it. Unless I'm somehow sending like prefab still. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So that solves that. I think that also probably fixes alignment in a lot of other pages that I wasn't noticing. Okay, so that solves that. Now we can turn this back into the color it was. I also what I want to do is also kind of tinker with how this looks a little bit. So we have the modifier, we have the background. I do want to actually add padding here. I was just confused as to where the padding was coming from. Let's do one and see how that, yeah, I guess it would be one all around then, because we have one at the bottom. And now, what's the other thing I wanted to do? I wanted to add conditional elevation. Can I do elevation again? Or do I have to do like a card? It has to be a card. Yeah, okay. That's what I figured. Oh, wait. No, I just had a shadow. Maybe I won't add a shadow yet. I don't know what the state is here. I really regret kind of changing this into multiple different states. But I need to check if the camera is enabled, which is only true on 2 of them. Ugh. Yeah, I regret turning that into like multiple smaller states. Yeah, 1 is too much. Let's go back to half. Is I want like the actual timer to be like the biggest thing, right? Like that's what some people are, I guess, quote unquote, caring about. All right, so we got that. We can count the things. I want to clean this up, but like this was actually like really annoying me down here. So now let's get over to the actual. Okay, so fix padding, issues with fab and lifting scaffolds, and then update timer, clean up, just clean up timer UI. Timer UI. Cool. So that's that. Now let's figure out why the actual camera preview is not showing. So I'm gonna get rid of. What is this camera controller? This camera controller is something we own. I'm actually just gonna, so I did do some like, I generated some pose stuff, which I very much regret doing. which I just kind of like spent some time and dug into it. So I'm probably just going to actually get rid of all that, but I've kind of messed up this PR now. So I'll need to like I'll need to kind of amend or like cherry pick and get rid of some stuff. Maybe not cherry pick's the wrong word, but okay. So is recording. So how is this working? I believe. So this should be recording now. I go into the logcat. All right. Okay, so the camera controller. This should also not, like, none of this should be in the UI. It should all be in the side effects. It's just, it's been hard getting this to work. Hey, dude. I need you to move a little bit, because I also think that you're gonna put you in your house. You're not liking in there anymore. Can I put you there? Yeah. Nope. Wait, you don't want to move. Oh, that's fine. Okay. So why? So you start recording at the temp file. How is this even working? Okay, I'm just going to let's discard this. We're going to get in here. What are my options here? I just want to like you know what? I am going to just revert back here because I did have it working at some point. So this is all pushed. I'm just gonna hard reset here. We will probably have to see how this goes. Mobile apps only use SQL databases, mostly SQL. Those are it's usually SQLite. There are Node-esque databases that have existed. One in specific, I believe, is Realm. It exists. It functions more as a NoSQL. But But no, just regular SQLs. The thing is that like you normally don't really need a database in a lot of mobile apps, especially kind of regular ones. So I'm utilizing one quite a bit here, but it is a tool that is available. Okay. Redis could be a cache. That's one example. Yeah. Now, with mobile apps, you would use something like a database as a cache. And with a mobile app, you don't really need to worry about like 500 million users hitting your database. And then the other thing is you can also use HTTP caching as well, which is I've personally I've tinkered with it, but it's never really been something that I've utilized a ton. But it's basically like a local system that says like, hey, what about like YT, like YouTube? Well, YouTube's probably caching a lot of things and then fetching a lot of other things if they're caching things at all. There's potential that they oh yeah. They're definitely going a little bit crazier. I don't know what YouTube's like infrastructure is, but it would probably be, I would assume it's similar to Netflix's or something like that, where they've got quite a bit of documentation up there. But yeah, it's very much a I would assume that they have like, I mean, okay, so the way that I know a lot of those like massive data centers work is that they set up cache, like physical caching, right? So for example, a lot of people in let's say Paris, like Paris, France, probably don't really give a shit about like Canadian content, right? Canadian like TV shows are great, they're awesome, but like people in Paris probably don't give a shit, right? As the same way that like, you know, the stuff that comes out in Paris, like I might want to watch it, but like most people in Canada probably don't care. So they'll like place servers specifically around the world that will cache stuff accordingly, right? So the Canadian content sits closer to Canada, right, and stuff like that. You know, people living in Texas might want to watch more Yellowstone. And then you just create there are systems that they can, yep, CDN, I believe, yeah, CDN, that's the right, I forget what CDN stands for, but I believe that's what a CDN does. There's a lot of different acronyms. Yeah, and then you can set up systems where like the more certain things get hit, the higher likelihood they have at being on certain servers, right? So you can set up time to live caches, like, hey, every single time this thing gets hit, don't delete it for another like 30 minutes or maybe an hour, right? So and then the more people hit it, maybe like if 5 people hit it in an hour, like, hey, maybe instead of waiting 30 minutes, maybe wait like 2 days because people seem to like this. Then you might even be able to do pre-caching too, where you're like, hey, they just watched like episode 3 and 4, they're probably going to watch episode 5 next. That's where stuff gets real complicated. Okay. Oh, wait, what? I just had them in the wrong order. But I don't have this anymore, so can I just pass in null here? Yeah. Apps build the UI every time they run. That's usually the thing, like usually the strategy with mobile apps or front-end applications is that the UI should be as quick and as snappy as possible, right? Like if something is taking a while to run and it's like a render issue, like that's on you, the developer, type of situation. The hell? Okay, so we went to hey, let's just delete this. Let's pull again. How do I do this? All right, this is what I had, and then I like. Okay, so let's check out here. Oh wait, no, I just want to reset. No clue what you're looking at. This is lazy Git. And then this is Android development. Yeah, if you have any questions. But yeah, those are the quick answers. With all these commands you're getting, are you basically finding what a command does and allow? What do you mean by commands? Like, do you mean the like buttons that I'm hitting that are appearing below me? Oh, visual programming. No. I do I do text first programming. So yeah, I do very much just writing code first, and then the way that this works for me is so I write this, or I can like generate this using AI if I wanted as an option, and then these are called previews. They're just not rendering right now. But if I go down here, this file also should not be this big. But if I find preview, so anytime that I annotate something with preview, it then you'll see as I highlight this, like it highlights one of these. So as I change things, so as I change anything in timer screen, for example, it'll just like automatically appear here. So it's like code first, and then it appears over here. And then this is the actual device. So if this is like an actual phone that's just like it's a virtual phone that's running. So if I ever like, I can literally like go in, it's a phone. So if I just hit run, so if I hit Control R, it goes. Which, let's see if this builds. I did some naughty AI gen stuff, which seems to have broken some things. So I'm trying to figure out which commit is still good. I mean, I've done it. So I've been doing this for 10 years. So a lot of it is kind of, I know what I'm doing. But the other thing too is, so because of the like system that I'm using, right? Like if I start typing in camera controller, like it knows, it makes a lot of assumptions about, and it's able to infer things. If I also like hold control and click this, it brings me to like the definition. And then if I say, so the definition has all these functions on it, right? So I can go like camera controller, and then it like shows me all the functions there, right? So there's a lot of like, I don't want to say cheating, but I'm confused. Why do I still see? Oh, this is recording and recording completed. Okay, I thought there was still like pose detection stuff there. That was my bad. But yeah, and then it's so like the IDE helps me quite a bit. The compiler tells me if I'm wrong, but yeah, it is like It's a combination of knowing what I'm doing and trial and error. It's a lot of like, I think I know what I'm doing, and then I run it, and then it proves to me that I'm wrong, and then I like reiterate. Or it's me, especially with the UI development, it's a lot more trial and error, because it's like, what about like this pixel change or this pixel change, or how does this gradient look? Especially the way that I do design, where I'm not looking at some like designers. I'm not looking at like Figma designs and doing it from there. I'm kind of doing my like UI design in the actual oh right, I did fix that issue. Oh right, there was the 2 issues that I did fix. Okay, so I do need to go back and do those, but I can also do those. You know what, let's just okay, so I just reverted all the changes that I made, but those were quick and we know how to do them. Where is the edit set screen? But like when I say like, oh, let's go to the edit set screen, I also like wrote that code, so that also helps. Yeah, so this is the issue that we had before, where timer enabled is just false. So now what we do is we go to the source and we'll just copy what I did before. Timer enabled, settings repository dot enable timer. So that'll show that. Yeah, I mean it does it. I don't know if I could do this any other way. I've done like WYSIWYG, which I believe is what, like WYSIWYG. Like those that don't know, why is stuff not showing modally now? WYSIWYG. It's one of these. What you see is what you get. That was really hard to like not type out the first letter, but it's a what you see is what you get. So like it's a WYSIWYG. If you like design it in the UI and then like the code doesn't, I don't want to say like the code doesn't matter, but like you don't care, right? A WYSIWYG. All right, I built it correctly. Let's just all right, let's see if the camera appears here. Oh no. It's still going over a little bit. Okay, the camera is not there. So I am going to stash this. Timer enabled fixes. I am going to go here. Let's reset here. This is where it was actually working. And then we'll start from a working state instead of from an odd, weird, shitty state. Oh, need to pop that stash. Doop. Yeah, you said you did game development. That's pretty cool in Unreal. Game development is something that I have dabbled with a little bit, mostly in Unity. And then I actually tinkered around with Godot a couple months back. I really enjoyed it, and I do want to get more into it. I have an idea for a game that I really want to implement, which I was actually intending to kind of like dedicate a month or two of the stream to just like, let's dive into it, right? Not that I think I can finish a game in a month or two, but just like let's fucking give her, right? But today, we mobile dev. Okay, this is obviously not the right one. Blah, blah. Okay. Go preview camera, generate base camera. Let's just pull this again. Show preview of camera, add camera and screen, revert camera updates. So this must have been where it was working the best. So let's just revert here. I swear I had it. Right, and then here's where we have and then that wasn't being passed in. Let's just copy the other ones. So we have that, and then this is being passed there. Oh, these were being passed anyways. Okay, cool. The fuck? Yeah. So there's definitely a problem here, right? So I'm gonna run this because we're just referencing a bunch of like Java system stuff, which is going to error out when I especially try to run iOS. So I need to abstract this into just a better spot in general. All right, so that's good. Sick. We have the video. Awesome. Okay. That's sick. I'm actually gonna take a quick break because we got that working. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom and then just take a break. I mean, it's been live for an hour and a half, hour and a little bit. So I'm just gonna take a quick break, be right back. But yes, this will not take long. But we are going to take call. We're not taking call. We're just gonna be right back. I'm back. Start tinkering with the video. It's kind of what we're doing. All right, be right back. Yeah, dude, you're not getting them. That's veggie. What's I'm back. My phone died. Alrighty. Here we go. Okay, so there's a few things that I need to do. I need to fix the card size and make those card changes again. Let's go to the edit set screen. I'm going to ignore the padding at the bottom because I want to just do that on a separate branch. So what I will do, where was the ticker timer? Oh, whoops, timer screen. Why are these erroring? Where is this happening? Compose you Android. Oh, it's probably happening in the actual. Yeah, it's happening in like the camera. This is a compose. Wait, what? Okay. Preview builder. Here we go. Android view. Why is that triggering? Because this should only show camera and camera controller is not equal to null. So I shouldn't even be hitting the preview. Okay, let's stay on target here. So we have the play sound, we have the play button, we have the timer track. Right now it just gets passed in a button. I guess I can just do this. All right, so we still do pass it in 3 times. This is now not gonna have that padding. So now that's going to fill the max width. This is all in a column, which I need to pull this button out of. So there's the button. Oops, that was the wrong. Huh? Why aren't you grabbing the whole thing? Whatever. Okay, so something's going weird here. Okay, so that's gonna now Where is this column ending? No, I want this to be here. All right, so now that's that column. And then we go down here. Now that's going to be moved out to the center. So now I need to alignment dot center horizontally. So that'll center that there. Now I go back up to this column. It gets the color, it gets a shape. I'll do large, and then did it get anything else? Oh, it also gets a padding, which goes before. But that's gonna look weird because it has the padding over there, but that's a-okay. That is a-okay. Whoa! I saw the be right back text. All right, that's sick. Right, I did need to put, wait, no, we're gonna do this the fancy way. That was one. This is also going to, so that's going to put the spacing there. Oh yeah, and then I want to, so that's going to be horizontal. And then I bottom half. I do have a custom padding for that, just a heads up, so I can do like horizontal and bottom and or horizontal and top. Ooh, there's the knock on my door. That's, I think, a package for me. We got a package and it's my 3D printing stuff. I don't think, oh, I have scissors. It's gonna not show my address. Oh. They're really sharp. Left-handed scissors. I finally have some. It's been like 30 years. I finally bought left-handed scissors. I mean, I bought them like a year ago. Just making sure there's nothing else. Let's just get rid of that. Yeah, so I got some purple filament. I guess you can't really see that color. I don't really care about this. I'm just gonna rip it. Ugh. Yeah, I got some purple filament, all from 3D Printing Canada. Not a sponsor, just like them. And then I actually get a load of screws, which is what I really needed. Yeah, it's a bunch of like heat insets and like really small screws. Again, for I guess I might as well go over the project again. So I've got this this mini rack server here. So it's gonna be my like on the go / at home iOS AI build server. So that I need to add this Raspberry Pi 4 and this Raspberry Pi 5, both with PoE hats. So I need to add those in, but I bought the heat insets to do that. And then yeah, so this is going to be an N8N instance, the Pi 5, which is going to then like basically be the brain of the system. And then there's a Mac Mini M2 Pro in there that's going to run all my build servers, and even right now. So if I just yeah, actually, so see this Dante LM Studio, this is the Mac Mini agent. So I asked it to like get my linear tickets, or like describe this app. It's gonna take a bit, but it's all local, right? Like it's running on the Mac, it's doing its thing. So now it's spinning up. Oh, I'm not showing this. With this instance of open code is hitting that local Mac Mini instead of anywhere else. So yeah, I'll keep this open. So I just said describe this app. So it will take a minute because okay, so now the actual, so the model launched. Now it's actually performing the task. So it's building up its context, which also takes a little bit. The downsides, yeah, now it's describe this app, and now it's just gonna do its thing. So yeah, it's all local, all built on that server. Not that I'm going to use it like a ton, but just like I had it, it's available, so I ran the local models on it. But it's really mostly going to be an iOS build server. So I'm going to like set up, instead of using like GitHub Actions, I'm just going to set up like N8N to get a webhook and just build using my local Mac Mini and make builds. It just solves a lot of headaches for me. Is it the best way of doing it? No, but I'm going to do it, and then also like it's kind of a fun project. So getting back to this, I'm going to minimize this a little bit. All right, so let's see how the timer screen goes. All right, it's still missing. Oh, I put the padding in the wrong spot. Yes, this needs to go. In between the background. Let's fix that. Yeah. Yeah, so I might, depending on how far we get, I might actually do the heat insets on stream. I just need to get my soldering iron and also figure out like a safe way to do soldering on this desk, which I want to do more soldering on this desk anyway, so I'm pretty sure I can just, more so Eugene than I'm ready to go. Eugene the cat. Oh, it's done. Lets users log, plan, and analyze their gym workouts, track sets, reps, weights, rest periods, provides basic analytics. Kotlin Multiplatform, MVI, FlowVI, no view models. Hell yeah! That's also in the README. Custom DI, Android app, iOS app, domain, data, presentation, libs. Hey, workout logging, progress charts, simple analytics, custom workouts and templates, data persistence, lightweight networking layer, optional cloud sync. That's not true. Wonder how it inferred that. Code easy to add new screens with domain logic and yeah, easy to add. Yeah, I also wouldn't really agree with that, but it's. I mean, I think it's good. Like the system that I have is so close to being very very good, but it's like this timer screen is a fucking mess. I also think I pushed it a little bit too far, but okay, so that's good now. This looks really bad just because do I want to add right? Yes. Okay, so that padding's fine. It's not fine, but I know where the issue is, and I'm just not going to fix it in this branch. I want to add elevation, but I want to add optional elevation. Shadow. This is why I hate this setup. And then what else do I need? Oh, I just need to actually like return something. 0 DP. Sure. Okay, so state dot. Oh wait, that's just going to be 0 DP. When you're planning, if state camera enabled, 3 DP else 0 DP. And then running if camera enabled. Oh. 3 DP else 0 DP. The one thing I also really want to do is set up the local LLM to be my code autocomplete. I do believe that OSS, maybe not OSS, but I can also probably run like a really small other model, like a 3 coder or something. Because Gemini logs out all the fucking time. Don't know why. And I just stopped caring to log in. Okay. Right. Ordering matters. Right, I didn't get the shadow. Shadow is shape, right? Shape and clip. I obviously have not done. Yes, that looks much better. Okay. So we've got that. I know the padding's off on the side. This stuff also kind of looks horrible. Maybe I just add like a shadow to the entire screen, right? Like if there's just a shade over top of like your character, and then here I don't think there needs to be a shade. I think there needs to be a little bit of something here. Maybe increase the width of this. I mean, it's not going to be this bright all the time. It's going to be whatever the person's camera is. So I have like the worst example. But I'm thinking it's looking good. And then now we have the feed that has arrived. Okay, so that is looking roughly the way that I want it to. This is still a bit ugly. I need to clean that up. I'm not super sure how. Any ideas, I would love them. But let's get on to this this actual video stuff. So all of the camera stuff right now is generated. I used open code for it. I regret it because it put all of it in the UI. You know, I've got like recording paths being saved, and so here's what's actually happening. We have video storage that's being grabbed here. That's where the issue of the rendering's happening. Okay, I'm just gonna fix this super quick. Hi, dude. Oh, sorry. Are my pies in the way? I also need to move all these screws. Oh, actually, wow. Oh no, this is plastic. He's gonna eat the shit out of this. Now there's more plastic there. Okay, I need to print some stuff. Hey, I just bought a shitload of screws. I need to print that. Also, I need to print some stuff to hang on the walls here, if anybody has any ideas about what to print there. But I need to print like M screw, container. M screw container. Screw box organizer. Grid. Where was like the Gridfinity? Do I need to do this actually? I want to test the Orca slicer. Is really what I want to do. Can I? Is this? If this is working, like I'm just gonna be. I'm like flabbergasted. So yeah, let's print something. Grid, Infinity, or no, let's do like what were these things? Like Scatus screw. No. Organizer. I feel like that would just be annoying. This is one that I printed, right? Oh yeah, I did print this. These were actually pretty great. Does he have like smaller and bigger ones? Oh, sorry, I thought that was Greg. Sheer 3D. Do they have any? They do have bigger ones. Hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna print. So I'm actually going to. Oh, I'm not logged in. Okay, well, I'm just gonna print these. So, which one do we want? I think I'm actually good with just the smaller ones still. Yeah. Okay. So we found them now. We found the answer, and they come with labels. I didn't know that. All right, these are officially the best. All right, I can't open in Bamboo Studio. I can download. Oh, okay, that's fine. And then, how do I open this now? But it's not downloading. Okay, let's log in, I guess. Uh. Okay, did this download now? I was literally just wouldn't download before. Okay. So now, oh wait, that's gonna open in Bamboo Studio, which I can't use anymore. Sorry, we're just doing a little 3D printing side adventure because now I'm gonna open with Orca Slicer by default. Open. Please don't open another instance. Shit. Ah, I didn't want to close that one. Nope, nope. I wanted to stop cranking my mouse. All right, so now we have this. I'm gonna leave the plates for later. I think I'm gonna print 2 boxes. Let's see how easy this is to. Oh, I don't know where I am anymore. Okay, we're gonna try this again. I did something weird there. All right, I can actually close this. Oh. Yeah, cancel, that's fine. Okay, I'm just gonna print. No, I'm gonna put this through its paces. Wait, no, I don't want to copy everything. I don't want to copy. Can I? And then is it all the same? Range all objects, shift A, selected plates. Oh, sick. Okay, now what colors do I want? Okay, we've placed. What do I have? Oh. Why is it still selecting info cap? Transfer. All right. I have green up there already. I mean, I'm gonna replace those. I mean, yeah, white's fine, right? It's the green ones right here. So, like, what color should be there? Anybody? Nothing. Let's do pink. No, I'll just do white. I'll be boring. Send. Okay. I don't know what's going on there. Some pop-ups were happening over on like Twitch dashboard. Okay, I'm back. We're back to problem solved, resume. I picked the wrong plate, didn't I? Oh, I should have done these in Orange Pet G. Yeah. We're doing Orange Pet G. Orange Pet G. Oh, it even added a little brim. A little brim. All right, sit. Problem solved. Okay, so the first click doesn't work, but the second ones do. That's fine for now. Now we need to figure out what was going on with this video. Did this fix the... Oh, wait, no, I was going to fix this video storage problem. Okay, so... This has to go at the end, I guess. And then this is going to be yeah, no, that wasn't gonna work. I guess I want to do the stuff up here. Yeah, so we'll get rid of this, paste that there. So this, just gonna replace them. So now the video storage just gets passed through. So now these should start working. As far as I understand, that was the dependency issue. So now the video storage gets passed through. It gets remembered as needed. I don't even know if that needs to be remembered. That was just, honestly, it's what the AI did. So I'm just like not really paying attention to that right now. Herein lies the problem. Now it doesn't know which one to do. So now this is nullable, which means all of this is fine. Because that's really never going to be null, but okay, that's fine. We now have all the previews like I expected. So when this finishes, bop, video appears. Now we need to, okay, so no, we first need to clean up all this. So we have the video storage that's coming in through the UI. Because this also can't really be here. So I want to be clear that these two things getting passed in, like, I think if I get rid of these, nothing will really happen. Everything is happening in the UI because the camera controller that's being passed through here is just not non-existent. So if I could also do this in UI effects. So what's the current flow look like? Currently, currently have the UI. Ooh. We have like the interactor. No, I don't want to name that interactor in the camera. cost controller. Cam controller just to reduce it. I don't think I actually need this third line. I guess this does need to happen, so we'll do the side effect. So UI, like requests. This is wait, yeah, I'm way too zoomed in. Requests. It returns with an instant. And then there's also like an entire other thing that's happening here where what needs to happen is when like we're basically just like start recording, this is going to reach out the side effect, which then needs to reach back to the cam controller to start. But right now what's happening is it's reaching all the way to the UI. So what I need to do, I should figure out a better way to get just like mermaid working. So what I need to do is probably add some sort of response where it just kind of like gets like start, right? So that kind of seems the easy way of doing this. The other way is that this also then just like sends this across. But the thing is that this is like this part is optional. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna kind of lean into this for now, because this way all the stuff will happen in the side effect. There's just gonna be a little bit of a kind of returning. Hi, dude. You're kind of looking spicy and like you're gonna bite my hand. And I don't like that. Are you gonna bite my hand? I think the cat's gonna bite my hand. His tail's moving like he's gonna bite my hand. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna put that over here. Okay, so we have the remember controller factory. Oh shit. I don't think I fully understood what was going on here. I need you to move. Yes, you are too spicy right now. See? I know I like kind of instigated that a little bit, but he was going to attack me of his own volition in a minute. Okay, so we have the controller factory. When do we use this? So here, yes, when we hit the button. So if then we create the camera, which sets the camera controller. So what we can do is I can actually do like and then I don't actually need the camera controller here in theory. So what happens is I'm actually just going to keep this for now. I just don't want to deal with all of that error. What I want to just deal with is this create. So now this is just going to on camera created, and then we toggle the camera. Okay, so the other thing is I can't put this in state because it is an extremely complex object, and I can't like restore it from saved instance state. Unless this is something that just happens. Okay, new idea, new idea. Bear with me, bear with me. So on click, if camera is enabled, then we delete it. And then so we request the permission, and then we toggle the camera. Okay, so this should actually just toggle the camera. Let's just double check that that's what this is doing. So yeah, camera enabled is just toggling the camera enable. So whenever this goes through, we just get rid of that, and then we toggle the camera, and then this is going to on camera created, which is going to pass up to these other instances. So now we also have this camera. Ooh, I can also just pass the camera controller here, kind of as a like, you handle the state, I'll worry about it later type thing. So now up here, these just get both of this. And then we're just gonna pull that. That gets pasted there. We don't need this camera controller there. We don't need the camera controller there. Oh, right, I guess this is now, like, definitively a thing there. Okay, so I'm hoping that just, like, this just works. But this has been a good abstraction. Oh, right. Oh, wait, I guess I can just, okay, that still works. I mean, everything should still work, right? Because I'm still referencing the same camera controller. I'm just making sure that, like, nothing is broken from that abstraction. Sick. We're just gonna commit this. Abstract video storage and camera. Or just gonna do the old-fashioned add and camera screen. Oh, this branch is already fucked. Okay. Add camera to timer. Then we're just gonna. Oh wait. Yeah. That's fine. I think I'm actually okay with that. I'm just gonna force push timer cameras in a spot where I want it to be I don't think I've rebased it on domain, but that's okay. Now, okay, so we have the camera. We're passing it up where we want it to be. Now I need to pass it actually through, because this isn't really used anywhere. I guess it's passed in through here, but this instead could be a what? I don't know what happened to my... Okay, so that's going to be now a callback. And this is also going to be a callback. Okay, so I think that fixes everything here except for all the file references, which is fine for now. Thank you, Jippity. Yes. Other people can say it too, but don't tell them I said it. Okay, now we also need to copy this over here. I'm gonna do that, and then da-da-ba-ba-da-da-da. Oh, right now I just have to do that, and then also okay, so now what I want to do, actually, before I just hit play, because this still should, well, actually, I guess let's just test while I'm doing that. So let's see that it's still all good there. So I passed this up. What I want to do now is trigger things through the actual, so there is a, if I go to, what? Why did the split V not work? Oh, I want, V split. Hee. And then if I go to timer interactor, so there is, like, with the recording side effects, there's all of this stuff is happening. So I just need to ensure that the same types of things are happening here, because I know this works, right? So when state changes, like if I just like yank this should, I don't understand. Oh. There we go. Sick. And I guess I don't even need the video storage there. Why am I doing this? Video storage can just be dependencies that, like, I'm pulling it from dependencies anyways. Jeez. Some people's kids. Okay, so we have the camera controller. We're just going to we're just gonna replace all these. That's fine. What? Right, and then now I also need to, like, if it's ended and somebody, so yeah, okay, so now there's also the idea of like saving, right? So why? And this also will not be null. That's the only thing that can be null. That can go there. I think we've pretty much cleaned this up. And on event is just going to replace with dispatcher. Hopefully this works. Compiler, thank you. Right, I don't need the video storage anymore. I don't need the video storage there. Actually, don't even really need the set repository there. Oh, right, this does have to be nullable. So we will do this, and then I like that song, but it's not Christmas. It keeps on appearing in the playlist. I gotta remove it. I do love backing track, but I do probably need to find what? Forgot some things. Nope, forgot to. I know the answer is yes, but do you have to? All right, sick. It works. All right, so we've successfully moved everything to the actual yeah, to the actual interactor. Now there is another way I could do this, but I'm not super keen on doing it. So the idea here is that instead of doing this like on camera created and then having this like callback that gets triggered through the side effect, what I would probably do with another option is to actually like add the camera controller to, right? So I could put the camera controller here, and then there would be an event to set it, and then I would just have to, I think it's like at transient or something. Yeah, I forget. There's a way to like mark it as like, hey, don't serialize this, or don't like to string this. Yeah, that is another option, but I'm not. I'm a little bit more wary about that one, just because I would have to like regenerate it each time, but this way it's remembered. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about that a little bit more, but I'm very comfortable with this current state. So let's go back to timer screen. So now we have the ending. So there is this thing of like, what do you mean all that stuff's unavailable? Apparently my thermostat's unavailable. Hi dude, what's up? There is this idea. Okay, so there's two ways of opening this page. There's, you're creating a new set, and you don't have it much filled out, so then you hit timer, and this is like kind of, this is kind of like a representation of your actual set, right? But right now, what's not happening is this set has not been created because it doesn't have any information on it. So this timer thing can't exist. So maybe I do make the timer only available when the set is savable. Or like the other option is when you go through here and after you kind of like add everything and go through, you can hit save, and then when you come back, it's all in here. So that's option 2. I think that's significantly better for the user. I just need to somehow link these two pages together to say that like, hey, this thing, when it's finished, like your ID has been updated. So how does the edit set screen work? Actually, let's commit this. So when I hit the timer, timer enabled, so I create a tempo, and then I get the ID if the ID is null. So when does like an ID get set? So an ID gets set either when a set is created, even if I create one with like nothing, an ID does get generated here. When is the ID null? Is the ID only ever null? It's only ever null in test information. Okay. So that means I know it has a value every time. That means I know it has a value every time. So that means that I can actually save that set. And when I come back, it will be there. That means I don't need two different timers, I think. Which is also... No, I still need it. I still need it, I think. I'm thinking too fast right now. So we have this ID that gets saved, that builds, that's good now. So every single time we pass in the ID, hi dude. Because now this can go away. So it's always going to pass in oh right, the ID is not blank, so oh right, because then I don't pass the ID in here. So I can make sure that a timer always has a set. So like it's just like, hey, your set has to be yeah, I guess I just gotta pass in the ID here. So the difference here, is there a difference here? Yeah, because in the other one, it's just always. Hi, dude. I'm not playing. No, I'm not playing. Playing for a little bit. Okay, just don't knock over the tea. I totally forgot about. Or my hot sauce. It's way too spicy. That was way too many nails. No, you did. Ow. Luckily, I had my shirt on. But he knocked over Hamilton hot sauce, Steel City hot sauce. Can I? Is that how I do it? I've seen. No, stop seeing my face. That's what I want you to stop doing. Focus on the there. Yeah. Back to programming. Great hot sauce. Haven't finished near as much as I thought I did though. It was still good. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, it's hot sauce. All right, cool. So now I pass in the ID regardless. So the one, when I pass it in with this ID, it means that it's tied to this set ID. When I pass it in here, it has something to pull from, but it needs to save the entire set after. Because the difference here is that to save a set, I do need a variation. All right, this might require a little bit more tinkering. Okay, so when I pass in width, that's going to be fine. We go to the app router. This is going to have the sets and the tempo. This is also going to have a set ID. When we remember the interactor, this passes in a stat repository. I think this is just turning into yes, I don't think I need this anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this up here, make these nullable. Or I can just make them defaults. But the set's going to have a default, right? So what I do is I filter not null. Instead of filtering not null, is that what I do? Yeah, so variation ID needs to exist. But in this case, I don't care. Yeah, this can't be. We're just gonna go 1, and then that's just gonna be. Oh my goodness. And this too long. Oops, I didn't mean to do equals there. Whoops. And then there we go. So now this gets passed in everything. If the set does not exist, it just passes stuff through. Granted, I guess technically I've been testing this most of the time. So that's good. I gotta run to the bathroom. One sec. Run to the bathroom. And then I might grab the last Coke. The last Coke of the day. Grab that. Okay, we're here. All right, now. So this one gets to go bye-bye. This is the one that we haven't necessarily... Ooh, that's gonna save it every time. I mean, I'm kind of okay with that. What I really should do is allow variation ID to... yeah, what I'm gonna do is... it's just gonna do an is not blank check there. Now let's see where we're erring. Right, yes, that's gonna be... we don't actually have this anymore. I don't actually think we need both of these anymore. But no, the other one's gonna error. Set ID. Oh, I guess they both just work because now they're calling the same one. That's sick. Sick. Okay, so now it has the info. Let's see what this happens here. I just want to make sure everything's functioning, that we still get the camera and everything, and then we'll move on to actually like storing the video and hopefully showing it showing it in the edit set screen. That just didn't go to the end. UI beep tick recording. Wait a second. Okay, so that's gonna base itself off of that. Why did you not? Unless I missed something there. Oh, it's probably gonna, yeah. Okay, so let's record something for this set. Okay, so it's constantly triggering. Are we... Is it because of this? Oh. So what's happening here is it pulls up this remember, which then calls this, triggers this, and then resets the information. Oh, whoops. Okay, so it's still re-triggering this. Wait, that doesn't really explain. It doesn't really explain this. Like, why is the full thing recomposing? Or is it because I need to do a remember? Why is this not happening before? Is it because the... Oh, whoops. Wait, was this always the case with this one? I'm gonna stash this in a second just to test it, but okay, let's stash this for a sec. Let's rerun this and let's run this like from an actual... Oh wait, no, I was always hitting this one. Yeah, so that's fine now. And then if I like go here and hit this. Okay, so it is an issue with that. So it is an issue with passing in the string. Okay, so I know a way to solve this. So right now we have a new one-way entrance. So yeah, we have this single way of entering here. So now I need another composable. And this one itself is just going to take, oh my goodness. Okay, so now this is going to be timer screen. Interactor equals this. It's going to be this, and then camera controller equals camera controller. On camera created, camera controller equals it. So we've just state hoisted all of this. This can go away. So this should be fine now, because this should get bound. Unless the ID keeps changing, in which case that was I made a bad assumption there. I think it's this. Which is actually a pretty quick fix. So let's do this. Okay, so the camera controller is here. Serializable, ignore field. Transient latent var. So just add transient. Okay, cool. So now I'm going to go into state. All right, so now we have the camera controller there. This is now... I'm gonna get rid of this, get rid of this. Actually, you know what? Let's quickly... Where's the state stuff? Okay, so we're just going to pass in set ID every time. Now we're going to redo a bunch of this. Okay, so timer screen. Let's get rid of these camera controllers. We still have the camera controller factory. Let's get rid of these camera controllers. Get rid of this one. The interactor itself is not going to be passing one back anymore. This one as a side effect is not going to have one pass as a definition. Instead, it's going to be state.camera controller. Oops. Okay, so this makes it even worse. So yeah, those I guess only need to be past it at that point. There's that. So now the recording side effects are going to grab it from the state. I also do need a new event where it's going to be camera loaded. Oh, wait, this is actually only going to be in... What? Oh. There we go. So that gets passed in there. The camera controller gets pulled out there. The timer screen, I think there's going to be an issue. State video storage. Why is that happening there? Let's see what the errors are. Right. I really hate that I split this out. I'm going weird with, I don't know. Oh, right, and now we have to call on event timer event dot plan dot camera loaded. Why? Let me. Okay, so it is. Oh, whoops. No, wait. That ran fine. And then reps and tempo, so that gets sent through. This gets a width. Now if I go to the app router, what if I like... Okay, so that's not recomposing either. It's 100% just here. Actually, I don't know that yet. I don't know that yet. It could be here. It could be here. Oh, wait, I don't... I've already launched it once. We're just gonna test with that. Okay, so this is triggering. Is this triggering? Which makes sense, because the state comes through. I guess what might be happening here timer interactor. So when this comes through, ugh. Ugh. So the other I gotta do this, I think. And then if that comes through, this passes here. But what I can also do is I can also do the filter not null. Ooh, do I wanna? I think I'm gonna actually do that for now. Why is test triggering as well? All right, let's see if this can help. Let's just see how this goes. Okay, so what? What? The fuck? Yes. Yes. Alex Rise. Alex Rise? Alex Rise? Yes, lol. Why is it not? Okay, but then okay, that's fine. I know why. I think I know why. I guess because of this. Each time the state changed in plan, I saved the set repository. So if I get rid of this, I think that will fix all my issues. Ugh, that was so obvious. If that's it, it's very obvious. Because what I was trying to do is like whenever somebody like updated the like number of reps or something, when they went back, it would change in the set itself. So I just need to do that a lot more intelligently. Okay, it's still firing like crazy. Regen is not happening. Debug is not happening. Test 1 and test 2 are happening, which actually, okay, no, actually that makes a lot of, test 1 makes no sense. Fuck. Why is this firing? It should be triggering after this. So whenever the set changes, we override and then we get the current state, pass in the controller. I should also like, really, I just need to pull back no. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna ignore that for now. I think I need to take a step outside and just take a minute. Yes, I'm gonna do that. My brain is a little fried right now, and I don't think I'm thinking straight. So I'm gonna step outside, and then we will be right back. Fresh air, I know. What is that, right? I mean, it's also like very much about terrain, so I'm gonna take advantage of outside while I can. I guess I'll because it's really like this line specifically. It's like that line specifically. Like why are we seeing this test so much? I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Why that test? All right, be right back. Oh. Do. I'm back. Oh. Get rid of that beer at backpacks before I forget. Oh, I'm alive. Oh, Van Corno. How's it going? I didn't see your message. How's it been? Oh, if you're still here. It's been a while. But, did it give me an answer? Per composable depends on two pieces state. So that's just running tick. This produces a new timer state. It's a new value. It's fine. I understand that. And the block inside is called forces. This is actually a very good analysis. I'm really impressed. I don't know how long it took. I should enable that, but this is my local model. Remember, it's just running on my Mac Pro. Interesting. That makes sense. The key instance that confuses me is the test log message is emitting each tick, which is blowing out my camera controller. I don't want that. I want that planning. What's happening? Okay. I think that's working. Yeah. Okay. Let's throw that away. So, I mean, the key one that's confusing me is this test, because if I remember correctly, this one, I know they're like a weird order. That's how it always ends up happening with test statements. I'm actually like becoming very impressed with this. Okay, so I can show this, right? And then like there's no funny business happening. But then see, I get test. I do not get test one, right? But I'm getting test, which means that this remember is triggering. Why? So the timer interactor itself is not stable. What if I like pass in the set ID just to give it but like this should, so like what, as I pass in this set ID reps and tempo to the initial state, which when I call remember interactor uses the initial state as input, so all these values should be there. and then this starts pulling, and then if I so that's fine. I mean, I actually don't care about this until it's finished. Oh no, did I break it? Okay. Da da but so that triggers test as well. And now I'm just getting test and test one, and then that blows out. Okay. How do I launch the layout inspector again? I completely forget. It's been a while. How do I just... Okay, I'll just click the link. Run your app, toggle running devices window. Oh, that's what I just clicked, and that's window. That's all those things. Why? Huh? Is it because I'm not? Is it because I'm using Jetpack Compose, like Compose Multiplatform? I just can't. There's no. This is the running devices window. That's what this window is. Oh, I should have also wanted to. Why did? What? Oh. I guess stop. No, stop. Stop. Alright, guys, print. Now you go. I'm an idiot. I'm staring at it. You like how long to find that? Ugh. Okay. Why? I guess all the photos I've been taking. I just want to. Yeah, 700 clear storage. That's the problem I'm gonna run into. Okay, sick. I didn't need it yet, but that's fine. Okay, so right, I have to go. Pretty sure, yes, I'll have to enable that again. Now. So this is gonna like flash a lot, I'm aware, but I should be able to. Is it because this is transient? I know this is going to mess up when I like go back or anything. I want to make, because it was failing before. Oh, those are rendering quite often. I didn't know that. Maybe I should use the layout inspector more. I knew. But luckily, like, not much else is like everything else is just kind of chilling. Well, that did render 6 times. So this is still triggering. What if I got rid of this? Oop. And just put that in there, got rid of this, and then deleted this. Is this something that I have to like call from the parent? I don't like doing that, but that did not work. So my interactor. It's like Logcat's not. It's not like debugs coming up like crazy. I mean now like on start and on complete are going. All right, let's see what it came up with. I mean, that could, number 4 could help. Okay. All right, so we're good here. I hit play and everything goes to shit. If I hit pause, everything's fine. Which I guess is okay. The problem is that I lost. So where did the camera controller go? I guess that might be the issue with the might be the issue with the launched effect. Right where. Well. Ding. Oh, cool. Okay, that's still fine. So let's say the remember does trigger every time. Okay, so that's going through. The camera controller should be getting passed through. right? Yeah, we're gonna do the good old here. Ooh. Okay, so the here isn't getting triggered. So is it the past? Oh, it's the past. Oh, I should have known this. Okay, so for here, I'm also just gonna add the transient back. This is why we're losing the controller. So this gets passed through. What if I like? Whatever. I'm not gonna. I want it to error elsewhere. Okay, that one's fine. Yes, this is the one. That's what was happening. Oh, that took me way too long. It's been a day. I was thinking of doing a short live. How's the lighting and stuff? It's pretty good. I have some thoughts on like why I like Kotlin multi-platform over the other platforms, and it's more than just I like Kotlin. It's like the strategies behind them, the different ones. Yeah, it's the idea that like Flutter and React Native and most other cross-platform systems really try to like replace the entire thing. Oh no, was I not scrolled down? What? Why did I not Alex Rise? Why did I not see your I see your chat on my tablet, but I don't see how great is interacting native code on iOS with Kotlin. Came to me, probably wraps most things, but how great is it? Oh, if you're still there, I don't know. I do very little actual iOS stuff, but Kotlin wraps pretty much everything that I've needed. So especially like NS defaults, the camera stuff I haven't really tested yet. But yeah, sorry, I missed your message. I don't know why it didn't appear in my live chat. Come on, YouTube. Oh, now it's Now it's there. Yeah, so if you like really want to, there are like Swift. Here, I'll just go in here. So if you really want to, there are like flat out. Where's iOS app? iOS app, iOS app. So you can just like content view Swift. Can't believe that's there. It doesn't actually matter. But the content view Swift, so that passes through. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, so that passes through, and you can just like reference actual hard-on, straight-up Swift code. Yeah. So that's where you just like touch all your Swift stuff. And then this can also just directly, so if I made a main view controller in Kotlin, then you just reference it with main view controller KT, and that's kind of how the app gets loaded. So I just have like a single view controller that then passes everything through. Yeah. Cool. Getting back to this. Yes, so what was I talking about? What was I talking about? What was I doing? Why did that? Okay. Let's run. Okay, I'm going to turn off the layout inspector. Let's dive into see if this is saving at the end. So now it gets passed straight through to the running, which is good. So the camera controller still exists. If I rotate this, I think it won't work. But we'll see. And then we have the great job. It does not save properly. Oh, I'm on that page. So, all right, what was I doing? Let's go back to why this isn't showing up on the end screen. So I get to the end screen, the camera controller is gone. So we are in the interactor. We go through. One sec, I'm going to be boring for a second. Why did the music stop? Oh, it just was taking a while to start up. There, what I should have done before. Remove that add unit that I accidentally exposed. That I went completely crazy over and went deer in headlights. It was like the last secret, but that was in the app that I forgot about. And I flashed it on screen like an idiot. Gowed. All right, well, now it's deleted, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's I don't know why that. Anyways, we're back. We're back. Okay, so why is the recording not getting passed through? So when the timer state is ended, stop recording and save. But what I actually want to do is when we're running, oh wait, yeah, so this is not good anymore because the side effect is going to happen every single time. So if we're not recording, and if we're not recording, we go, I feel like YouTube is, anyways, I'm just going to stop paying attention. YouTube's like really giving me some crazy different stats no matter where I look, and I don't know what to understand. So I'm just going to pay attention to what I'm coding. I'm not paying too much attention to that. Okay, so now we're going to check if the camera is enabled, and then if the controller is not recording, then we want to start recording. And then what we want to do is if the event, when the event, oh wait, no, I removed the event. When event, what I really want it to do is when event is, I guess when we end. Right? So when we end, I don't really care about what that happens, but when the event is end, then we controller, stop recording, and then what did we do over here? So we stopped the recording. I guess, yeah, we basically just copy this. I guess we gotta copy all that, and then we just paste there. It's weird. See, that's how I would write that. It totally makes so much more sense. Significantly more sense. In my mind it does, because I wasn't like checking it and then doing a bunch of stuff. I was like, oh yeah, like check if it works, copy it, and then save it. Now let's see. The video should be showing after this. No, it's not. Okay. Controller's not null. Then we get the file, we save it. Wait a second. What was that? Timer screen. What I want to do is state. Oh wait, no, that's a camera preview. Wait, where's the ended? Where's the state? Give me something to click. And then I want the video URI. Where is this used? So when the video URI, new to building apps. I'm starting to make an iOS. What's the best way to build an app that works on all platforms? Browser, iOS, maybe Windows as well. Ooh. Hey. So I have a bias for that. I'm gonna say it's a Kotlin multi-platform, but there's lots, and they both have their pros and cons. Depends on what your goals are, and depends on yeah, I guess like what you're most proficient with or what you want to learn. I really like Kotlin multi-platform, which does handle all those things. And yeah, that's what I'm using to build this. I don't have the web or like desktop stuff working, but yeah, it's a good shit. Basically, it yeah, lets you work across all of like compose multi-platform and stuff. That's my favorite. But it also lets you start small. So like I started just Android, just iOS, and yeah, I've kind of shifted around on that. Yeah. What was I doing? Okay, so I mean, hey, it's my favorite. But yeah, so Kotlin multi-platform. The thing is that if you're making an iOS app, like if you started making an iOS app that uses Swift, so unfortunately, there aren't really any options for, especially if you're targeting Windows, there aren't really any options for Swift that I know of. I know Swift, like there was some push to get it running on Android, which I know there's like an open source version of that. I don't know how far along that is. It's probably worth learning, but like I wouldn't really put it in production. And then yeah, the other alternative, which is really, I mean, it's React Native, and that's if you like JavaScript. I am not a big fan of React Native because it replaces the entire platform, which I don't like. So like in your case, for example, you could say like do Swift UI, right, with your iOS app, and then have Kotlin multi-platform running like all of your backend. So like your business logic and your database and like any of the API calls that you might make, right? And then you can build all of your other apps in Compose multi-platform. So that would be web, that would be Android, that would be desktop, right? You could do that in Compose multi-platform. You could even use React if you wanted to for the web. They would just all use the same backend using the API and business logic of Kotlin multi-platform. And that's what I really like about Kotlin multi-platform is you kind of get to pick and choose. In my case, I've just gone for the whole shebang, but really you can kind of, yeah, it's piecemeal, right? You can start with it and then you can start working your way back if you want to like start with Kotlin multi-platform and then start going more native. Like if I were to, like, let's just say LiftBro, if I got like a bunch of money for LiftBro right now, and EDC's in the audience, I wouldn't hire a developer right now. That would be not the last person I would hire, but I'd probably look for like a designer marketing type person. But the first developer I would hire would probably be like a web or an iOS developer to start like hey, make the iOS app Swift UI, right? Or hey, make a web app React Native so that it has just a little bit more of that native feel. But honestly, I don't really, development is not the problem that I have right now. It's the other things, like marketing. Yeah, so that's why I really like Kotlin multi-platform. It's yeah, again, all the other ones like Flutter, React Native, Xamarin. Is Xamarin even still really a thing? That's what I started my career on, but all the other ones, like, they try to replace the entire stack. Xamarin kind of, there is a, you know, when I was using it, you could use like fragments and view cores and stuff, but it was still like a C# wrapper. But like you still have to go like all C#, right? And then wait for their updates. But again, with KMP, you can kind of go piecemeal. There's going to be some configuration issues there, I will say, but overall, it's you know, once it's set up, it's I find it's pretty painless. So this might be my first stream. If we got one more view, this might be my first stream where I've had 200 unique viewers. It's pretty fucking dope. Thanks everybody. If you're here, you might be here for the moment. This is on YouTube. I guess if I count YouTube and Twitch, like Twitch, I've had like 3 viewers. Hey, 200, there we go. Whoever just joined, you're the 200th viewer of this stream. It's the first time I've ever hit 200 views, so thank you, whoever you are. 200, not like concurrent viewers, obviously, like unique views over the stream. And if you joined and left, that's okay too. Anyways, I'm about to call you up. Let's what was I doing? Right, I was trying to get this thank you. Thank you. I was trying to get this timer screen. Why is this video URI not being set? So within the interactor, when we're running and we end, what I should do here is just not do state.video URI. Camera. Oh yeah. This is how I need to do this. Where was I doing that silly side effect stuff? Recording side effects. This does not need to happen here. There is like a stop recording though. Yeah, so I was gonna say like, oh, just put this in the reducer, but no, don't put this in the reducer. This is like a timed thing. This has to go on a side effect. So if we're running and we end, what then needs to happen here is I need to, yeah, I'm doing way too much in here. Okay, I've realized. So I do a set video URI, which is actually exactly what I want to do. And then this. If it's planning, if it's ended, if it's running. Why isn't this working? Okay, let's log out some stuff. And then timer screen, render video URI. Yeah, and then this would still be video URI. It's like maybe it's just not rendering. Sorry, not rendering, not saving. Okay. The answer is yes. I'll render. Okay, so that's the timer screen. That's when it's ended. That's when we're showing the stuff. What I want to do is timer interactor, go back here. I want to check. Okay, yes, we're getting all the ticks, which is what I expect. This might not be the best way to do this, but I like it. And it's easy to swap out. And then we get, oh, I don't get ended. I don't get end. Then how does this become end? Yeah, it's the only. Whoa. Yeah, it's the only. Okay, so. Yeah. Oh, I guess. Whoa. What? I guess I've done that a few spots. Why? There we go. Because this is only when it's running, so. Because the right, because when I end. Okay. Yeah, this just makes me kind of like, okay, so I want to be that and then so that goes like there. So yeah. Where's controller? Oh, Phaedric. What are you waiting for? You're waiting. You waiting? Okay. Oh. Yes, I was totally doing that, like, you know, cognizantly, obviously. How's it been? It's been a while. Uh, okay, the video wasn't saved. But we hit that. That's good. I'm just like, yeah. There we go. Oh. Oh, I guess like that's not gonna work because I'm thinking, obviously, my brain is very fried right now. I'm thinking that this is like a result object. This is like it's definitely. Oh, I guess it is a result object. What is this like? Is success is failure? I know it's like the default one, isn't it? Yeah, it's just the Kotlin result. I'm an idiot. Why? Is there a stack trace being printed? I do not see. Yeah, I've heard that argument, Phaedric, of just the like throwing things and then hoping that somebody catches it. I completely disagree. I love result objects. I've just never really used the Kotlin one for some reason. Like the default one, which I probably should. It's just like I've always just made my own, or they've already existed on the team and there's a custom, right? Like, you know, for their needs. But yeah, I 100% like return types versus throwing exceptions. Because throwing exceptions, like, who the hell knows what's going on? Who the hell knows what happened? And yeah. Did you catch the right one? Do you catch all of them? I don't know. Is anybody catching it? Does anyone care? Yeah. I used to think that when I was like really... like when I started using reactive programming quite heavily, I believed that to a certain extent, just because it was like this idea of, oh yeah, just somewhere in my chain, or like at the bottom, or like, you know, at the right spot, I just have to catch, and if everybody does it in this right spot, then it's perfect, it's flawless. But like within a day, somebody didn't do it in the right spot, or like there was a weird thing that happened, and then yeah, just result stuff, just yeah, 100% much better. Anyways, why? Let's run this again so I can remember what's going on here. Oh yeah. Cache clauses. Yeah, I don't understand that. I guess, like, I mean, it kind of comes from just a, for me, it comes from a, I want MPEG 4 writer. And where do I... Why? I guess for me, it always comes from a place of just always wanting to be, or when I program or when I design APIs or when I do something along those lines, I want to be as explicit as possible about like what you need to handle, what I can return, and if you don't want to handle it, that's fine. But I've done everything in my power to do that, and I guess like to handle that personally, I have pretty much always leaned on the compiler. So maybe that's just like a kind of compiler bias, right? Because I guess like without a compiler, JavaScript and stuff, like maybe that makes sense. I don't get it, but I would always like, hey, I mean, I adore the fact that by default, if you do a when statement on a type, it errors out unless you have to explicitly say, I want to do an else statement. you have to explicitly do that, right? Without, if you do that, that means that you don't care. And I mean, it means like by you don't care, I mean, you have explicitly decided that you do not care about any of the other instances, right? So like that could be correct, but you have made that decision. That's what I always lean on. I've heard people use like the inverse, one of the solid principles, like the inverse whatever, or like open to extension but closed to open close principle, open to whatever, closed to whatever else for the extension thing, because it's like, yeah, you can like change the exceptions if you want and it makes it extendable, but like I just disagree. I do think my brain is fried, and I'm probably gonna end the stream pretty soon. But I'm gonna end with a little bit of a surprise. I guess it's not really a surprise. I've mentioned it on stream a few times now. Why? Okay, something happened here, but we're gonna commit this stuff. Oh yeah, I deleted the stupid banner shit that I should have gotten rid of. Go. Don't worry, it's inactive. Okay, yeah. Move camera controller to state. Push that. Okay. So, I know it's a Tuesday and I normally stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So yesterday, whatever, doesn't matter. I got busy with shit and I decided to just postpone it so then I could like whole ass the stream today. But that does mean that tomorrow's also going to be a stream. My plan, if I get it set up tonight, is I'm actually going to do some like 3D printing craziness. So why are you not printing? Oh, it's just not. It is printing. Okay, Arca printer. Okay, sick. It is printing. It was just like a little frozen. That's pretty choppy. I got distracted. Anyways, so I was staring at things on my screen as usual. So the plan is I bought a bunch of 3D printing stuff. It's mostly like screws and heat insets and stuff. So I've shown this a few times. I'm just gonna unplug it. Yeah, that cable will reach. So I started building this over the weekend, which is a little mini server. So yeah, the cable's long enough. So it sits like so. There's just like a single power cable that goes on the one side, and then here's all the little computers. Damn, I have to like hold it up. Shit. But so I printed these like. I have these two Raspberry Pis. Thought about getting 3D printing, but I don't know how important ventilation is. I haven't worried about ventilation whatsoever. It depends on what material you're printing. If you're printing like resin, then I think yes. But if you get like enclosed ones, then it's fine. But like I have a bamboo P2S and no concerns about ventilation there. It'll also like extract things and do whatever. But so I have a Raspberry Pi 4 here that I'm gonna bamboo P2S. That's what I have. Yes. I have an unboxing video if you look on YouTube. It's like a short. It's not really a video. Anyways, so I'm gonna put Kali Linux on this, and this is gonna be running in this server. And then I have a Raspberry Pi 5 here, both with PoE. So how this is gonna work? Let's see if I can do this without like dropping it. So. These are basically going to screw in and just slide in right here, right? So I just need to do some heat insets and then screw those in. So I can do that on stream tomorrow. You'll also notice that there's a Mac Mini up here and then a switch down here. So everything's going to be plugged into the Mac Mini, and this is going to be like, it's going to function as kind of like the AI home base iOS build server and then like power operation. So it's gonna take in a Wi-Fi signal and then actually transmit the signal to everything into this case. And then this Raspberry Pi is gonna run N8N, and it's gonna kind of be the brain. So I'm gonna basically turn this into like my own personal iOS build server. That's actually great. So I don't understand anymore. My own personal iOS build server. So I will, yeah, be able to like get hooks and stuff, and then this will be able to like notify the Mac to then build to my phone, or like whenever I push to main, it'll just build to like test flight. So then I have this kind of like little build server, and since it all runs just on a single cable, I can even bring this up north to a cottage or something and then just plug it in and use my framework laptop, and I have my AI agent, everything. So it still is plugged in, but like we were doing a little bit of investigation into the recomposition earlier today, and all of this, Dante is the name of the server. All of this is local AI stuff that I was doing, and it actually gave like I was like pretty impressed with the answer. They took a while, but so yeah, this is all just running here, and I'm gonna try and finish this up tomorrow, and then there's also gonna be like a how I built it and everything video. And then I also will have a shitload of stuff on the software, because I haven't even started setting up N8N yet, which is going to be probably weeks of work. But it's really fun. So yeah, just one little cable and BAP, iOS build server, AI brain, and then like kind of whatever else I want as well, right? Like N8N can do, like I can put another Raspberry Pi in here and just host all of my Git stuff, even, right? Like that might not be a good idea, but it's kind of half the point of Git is it being remote. But I'm probably going to host Git on there anyways, right? Because that's probably going to be the way that it gets notified. Like it's probably just going to do like a check every 30 minutes. Hey, did something change on main? I could set up a webhook, but then I would have to somehow expose that to the internet. And if I plan to move it around, so I'll probably just have like a Git pull every 30 minutes. And then it's like, hey, did something change? If so, build iOS, right? Which I could easily set up on one of these Pis. Oh yeah, and then the Kali Linux. This is going to be Raspberry Pi 4. So the Kali Linux is like a King Linux, right? It's just got all the tools that you need for hacking. So I haven't used it a ton, but when I have used it, I've just used it to like pen test networks that people have asked me to, right? So I can even set up N8N to use like my local AI agent to like sweep around servers, or like write scripts to sweep around like even my own local network, or anywhere I go, just like plug this in and be like, all right, yeah, it's like pen testing your network. It's gonna check all the things. Yeah, I have a lot of ideas for this. Anyways, so that's gonna be a little bit of tomorrow, and then I'll be back Friday after that. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be that. So like, yeah, doing those heat sets, and then also more programming. Probably finishing this up yet. But anyways, thank you all for watching. Really appreciate it. I did mention it earlier as well, but I broke over 200 views on YouTube for this video. Not 200 concurrent viewers, but 200 individual views. 232 now. That feels good. Big milestone. That's the first time I've ever done that on Twitch, or outside of like streaming for work stuff. Anyways, that's it for me. See you all tomorrow. If I don't, then see you the next time or whatever. But thank you for watching. Have a great rest of your evening, and as always, see you on the battlefield. Bye.